last night as they were able to beat the Braves 4-3. Tonight, the Braves face another tough opponent as Dylan G takes the mound for the Mets. Freddie Gonzalez and the Braves look to Tim Hudson to get them back on track. It should be a great pitcher's duel tonight at Turner Field as Game 2 between the Mets and the Braves starts right now.
Fans for the Atlanta Braves filing into Turner Field where they hope tonight to see the Braves snap a brief 3-game losing streak at the hands of the New York Mets. It's Game 2 of a 3-game series between New York and Atlanta at Turner Field. And all season long, Atlanta Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors, the right stuff and the low price. And good evening again, everybody. Joe Simpson along with Ron Gant tonight. Glad you're with us for the second game of this series. And Ron, I guess if you're going to give away a bobblehead of somebody, you'd like for that guy to be in the lineup and return to action, and that's the case tonight as Jason Hayward is back in the fold.
Joe, it is great to see him back in the lineup. You mentioned the bobblehead. The fans are filing in right now, but this guy in the lineup makes this lineup much better. Just his presence, even if he doesn't get a hit on any particular night, his presence in that lineup makes it a lot deeper. So his numbers on the year aren't very good right now. Again, that ailing shoulder has been a problem for him, but you see the average at a .214. He's got 7 home runs and 14 RBIs. I'd like to see that on-base percentage go up because if he's getting on base, that means he's driving the ball in the gaps.
And he can run a little bit, too, and maybe compliment Jordan Schaefer in that category. But certainly great to have Jason back. I know the fans will be excited. They'll also be excited to see Tim Hudson on the mound tonight as the Braves will try to snap the winning streak of Dylan G., who's 7-0 on the year. A great pitching matchup. We'll talk about these two guys when we come back.
And Outdoors, by AT&T, by Delta Airlines, by the Georgia Lottery, and by Hyundai.
Fans filing in here to Turner Field to get their Jason Hayward bobblehead tonight, and also hoping to see the Braves get back on the winning track as they take on the New York Mets. Joe and Ron back with you, and if they do get on the winning track, Ron, it's not going to be easy. They got to somehow figure out a way to beat a guy that's beaten them twice already this year, Dylan G.
Well, Joe, I talked to Chipper Jones doing batting practice today, and he said that he faced Dylan G in spring training, and he hit a home run against him. He says, but since then, Dylan G has worked in a cutter and a changeup, and that's the pitch, the changeup, that has been getting these guys out. He will pitch inside. You will see that today. Dylan G could be the first rookie to become 8-0 since Jared Weaver back in 2006. And then on the mound for the Atlanta Braves is Tim Hudson. He gave up 5 runs Friday night in Houston, but the offense bailed him out with 11 runs of their own. Let's hope that he rights the ship tonight.
They are both the subject of our SunTrust Solid Performance. They both outstanding. It should be quite a matchup tonight as the Braves have lost 3 in a row to the New York Mets. They owe them something tonight. They're going to have to cut down on some of the running game of Jose Reyes and his teammates, though, as last night they stole 4 bases. Hudson will have to keep them close and try to keep that man off the bases. Dan Uggla's returning to form, too. We're going to have first pitch for you right after this.
With the tarp coming on the field just prior to the start of tonight's game, then we had a tremendous lightning show here in the downtown area. Then hail, the gang's all here. A lot of hail falling at the ballpark, covered the outfield grass, in fact, before it stopped. Then the sun broke through. The tarp came off. Players started getting loose, started playing a little catch. And Jason Hayward out playing a little catch, getting ready for the start of tonight's game, and made a young fan very happy. And it just so happened that this young man also had a Hayward jersey on. Jackpot. What a start for his night tonight. Man, oh man. Fans are beginning to make their way back to their seats as we get set for the start of Game 2 of this series. Joe Simpson and Ron Gant with you. Glad you're with us and have stuck around tonight as we're just about ready for some baseball. Let's take a look at Terry Collins' starting lineup tonight for New York. Of course, it'll have Jose Reyes at the top. Then Ruben Tejada, who's been swinging the bat pretty well for the Mets, moves up to number 2. Beltran and Murphy at 3 and 4. Angel Pagan at the 5th spot. Jason Bay back in the lineup in left field. Then Duda, Tolley, and Dylan G round out the order. Jose Reyes last night, another big night, Ron. 3 for 5, couple of stolen bases. He's doing everything for these guys right now.
Well, that's going to be the job tonight for Tim Hudson, is to keep him off the base paths. And as of last night's game, the Mets today asserted gamesmanship by the Braves had overstepped its bounds in an attempt to slow down Reyes and the running game of the Mets, and the field was dangerously soggy in the series opener. And this is what happened last night. He singles up the middle, and he's still second base here, but his footing was bad at first base all night long. He even had later on a little miscue at shortstop, but Jose Reyes is the guy in the lineup that is the igniter. If he gets on, you can pretty much guarantee he's going to go. So Tim Hudson's going to have to be careful if he gets on base to pay too much attention to him and leaves some pitches up in the strike zone.
His numbers in the National League this season, actually in the major leagues, tops in the majors in hits with 97 already, 34 multi-hit games. He's hit .437 over his last 17 games, Ron, and just doing great work.
We just showed some of the steals. He has 22 steals on the season, and that's third in the major leagues.
And Tim Hudson's a guy that's going to have to slow him down.
Well, Tim Hudson, over his last 19 and 2/3 innings, he's given up 16 earned runs. And if you ask him, he says that he's doing fine and he's feeling fine, but some people think there may be something going on, Joe, maybe something ailing him with his back or his shoulder, because he has not been the Tim Hudson that we're accustomed to seeing.
And remember, he did miss a start because of a stiff back a couple of weeks ago. That this will be his 14th start. He pitched against the Mets not too long ago on June 5th, and one of his shortest outings of the year. 4 innings, 7 hits, 5 runs, lifetime 13 and 7 against New York. Here's the defense behind him tonight. And how about the outfield of Mather, Schaefer, and Jason Hayward, who's back in there. First action since May 19th. Chipper Jones, Gonzalez, Ugla, and Hinsky around third to first, although Freddie Freeman told me before the ball game he's 100% ready to go, but he's going to get one more night of rest for that oblique. Brian McCann doing the catching for Hudson. The Mets come in 1 game under 500, trying to get back to that mark, and that man certainly happy to be back in a big league uniform after a couple of days of rehabbing at Gwinnett.
And, you know, this gives the Braves a charge. When you see a guy like Jason Hayward get back in the lineup, it makes that lineup much stronger, and it gives the team as a whole some confidence. So, you know, look for the Braves to start being pretty aggressive at the plate, and Jason Hayward can run, so he will help that running game.
Well, we're set to go. Reyes at 346 on the year, 3 homers, as you saw, 27 RBIs. And hitting .411 so far for the month of June. Bill Miller says play ball. And we're ready for action here. About an hour and 20 minutes late. First pitch of the game is down low.
Jose Reyes has raised his batting average each month of the season so far. He started out in April hitting .308, in May .364, and so far here this month he's hitting .411. So he's consistently getting better at the plate.
And I was just thinking about those 97 hits. He's done that in 64 games. That's how many he's played. Driven to right and deep, and Jason's going to be tested right away. That's over his head and against the bullpen screen. And Jose Reyes aboard again, and now because of an errant throw, he's going to try for third, and he's going to make it. The throw in from Hayward went over the head of Dan Ugla, it looked like. And Reyes saw that coming and took the extra base. We'll see how they scored. It's at least a double.
And this is a pitch by Tim Hudson that you don't see often. It catches too much of the plate, a little bit right above the belt there. And again, Reyes is so hot right now. If you throw him anything near the strike zone that crosses the plate, he's going to hit it hard.
So Reyes' impact on this club felt immediately. He's at third with nobody out. It's a double and an E9. This is Tejada. The infield will stay back and allow for the run to trade for an out unless it's hit to Chipper or maybe even Hinsky, who's in close. Tejada was 0 for 4 with a walk last night. Curveball will get the run in. 1 out, 1-0 Mets. And the first inning continues to haunt Tim Hudson. It's been his worst inning of the year. That's the 12th run he's allowed in the first inning this year. Next highest is 10 runs in the third inning.
And Joe, that's what speed will do for you. Guys like Reyes and Beltran and Angel Pagan, when they get on base, they force the defense into making bad throws. You start rushing out there and doing things that you normally don't do. So it's good to see teams that are kind of coming back to baseball have a little bit of speed, moving guys over, hitting and running, those types of things. And the Mets do that well.
Carlos Beltran 2 for 4 last night. He drove in a run. And he's had great luck against Tim Hudson in his career, a .361 career average with 4 homers against him.
The Mets leadoff men in this series so far have reached base 6 times in 10 innings.
And that's goes to what you're saying about their speed and what kind of pressure they put on you. What a year Reyes is having. Took a little off, 3-1.
It's a contract year for Jose Reyes, and you know, with the way the Mets are right now financially, I don't think they're going to be able to keep him. I mean, he's just it's just going to cost him too much. I know Fred Wilpon said he wasn't going to get Carl Crawford money once he gets out on the market, but I beg to differ.
Might happen the way he's going right now. Beltran retired, 2 down.
I mean, you could possibly go out before the All-Star break and get 1 or 2 major leaguers and maybe 1 or 2 minor leaguers with the way this guy is playing right now. Every day that he steps out onto the field, that market just keeps going up and up for him.
Mets have not played well here at Turner Field in their history. They are just 40-80 in this ballpark. And they are 14-26 over the last 5 years, but they've won the last 3 meetings so far this year and lead the season series 4-3. This is Daniel Murphy, 0 for 4 with a walk last night. Two and 0. Murphy's been hot. Hitting 391 over his last 24 games. That's off the plate. Tough chance for Alex. Gallows throws, got him. What a play. Another brilliant play by the Braves shortstop. But the Mets, thanks to Jose Reyes, break out on top first. We go to the bottom of the inning, 1-0 New York. Freddie Gonzalez's lineup tonight, and it marks the return of Jason Hayward, Jordan Schaefer, Dan Uggla, and Brian McCann, the top three. Chipper will bat cleanup, then Hinske and Gonzalez. Hayward bats seventh tonight, then Joe Mather and Tim Hudson against Dylan G.
Dylan G from Claiborne, Texas. Big, tall right-hander here. Has a pretty good cutter changeup, which Chipper had told me during batting practice today. And Joe, this guy showed signs early on that he was going to be pretty good. Last year, September 7th was his major league debut against the Washington Nationals, and he took them into the sixth inning with a no-hitter.
Jordan Schaefer tried to drop one down, but couldn't keep it fair. He's in the hole 0-2. Well, this guy has made 9 starts, and the Mets are 9-0 in his starts. So he's given them a chance to win, obviously, every time out. And he's 7-0 in those 9 starts, and he's won 5 straight decisions, including beating the Braves on June 4th in New York, 5-0. Shut him out on 4 hits over 7 innings.
Well, you see that cutter right there just runs right in on Jordan Schaefer there. And again, the equalizer with that cutter, that changeup that he's developed, and Chipper talked about it. He said that changeup has been phenomenal for him. He threw a lot of them up there in New York and pretty much shut out the Braves.
And he's off to a good start with that changeup, Ron. Good call. Here's the defense behind G tonight. Bay, Pagan, and Beltran left to right. Murphy, Reyes, Tejada, and Duda from third to first. And the catcher is Josh Tolley. And Dylan G, 25 years old, 6'1", 200 pounds, was a 21st round draft pick out of the University of Texas at Arlington. Same school that produced Hunter Pence. Here's Uggla. Dan homered last night. He's hit in 4 of his last 5 games.
Well, you take a look at G's numbers. He's actually doing better against left-handers than he is right-handers, and it's because of that changeup, Joe, that you just saw. But right-handers are hitting 260 against him. Left-handers only 156.
And he seems to like throwing that breaking ball early in the count. Getting ahead with that, and then kind of putting the hitters on their heels a little bit. 1-2. And for both Dylan G and Tim Hudson, a good ball and strike umpire. Bill Miller generally has a pretty generous zone.
I really like the move that Freddie Gonzalez did with Dan Uggla, putting him in that second spot. And you can see signs that he's coming around. I talked about it in that Houston series that front shoulder is actually staying in now. And some of these pitches that he was swinging at that were out of the strike zone early in the season, he's spitting on those pitches now. That pitch he hit last night for a home run wasn't a bad pitch. It was up a little bit, but it was on the outside corner of the plate, and he yanked it in that left center gap.
Yeah, I think the last two pitches are those types of pitches that he's been swinging at. Full count. He did chase that one, though. Looked like that might have been ball 4. And back-to-back strikeouts for G to start the game.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pitch again. And again, that's that changeup, and he's fell in love with it. And of course, he's going to throw it until he just wears it out, or he's going to have to make an adjustment if the Braves start hitting it. But right now, that changeup's working really well.
Mets put on a shift for Brian McCann. Jose Reyes, the only infielder on the left side. McCann pinch hit last night as David Ross started the game. He was 0 for 1. Brian hitting .301 for the year.
Brian's last 7 games have been really good. He's hitting .333 with 3 home runs during that spurt.
But you Braves fans can help support Brian. He's still in the lead in the All-Star balloting for catching, but the gap is narrowing between Brian and Yadier Molina. Popped that one up. Reyes backpedals onto the grass, and he's got it. And a 1-2-3 inning for Dylan G. We've played 1. Mets lead it 1-0. Blimpie by the Home Depot, by Academy Sports and Outdoors, and by Georgia Power. Well, those guys look a lot better than they did an hour ago, huh, Ron?
Yeah, it's good to see Braves baseball tonight. Let's hope they can pull out a win.
Tim Hudson and his numbers against the Mets, 13-7 in his career, 5-3 here at Turner Field. Pitched great against him last year, went 3-1 with a 2.00 ERA. And he faces Angel Pagan to start the inning, and a deep drive to right center, but Hayward says he's got it, and he does. A long, loud out there on the first pitch.
Yeah, I'm still kind of wondering if there is something going on with Tim Hudson. Again, that's another fly ball there, and normally with him, you see balls on the ground. He uses that infield defense, and I hadn't really seen that yet, but hopefully he can turn that around and throw some pitches down in the strike zone and let this defense work for him.
Jason Bay back in the lineup tonight. He's been struggling. Just 2 for his last 33. There's a liner to center. That'll get down for a hit. So Jason Bay, after a night off, comes back swinging. Runner at first, one out for Lucas Duda.
Yeah, Jason Bay, some huge numbers in Boston, but since being at Citi Field, not so good. And that ballpark can get in your head. There's times where you hit balls that you think would go out of the ballpark and they wouldn't. So he's had to make an adjustment going from Boston to Citi Field, and maybe that's part of the reason why he struggled so much.
Lucas Duda, 5 fly ball outs last night. One of them was a sacrifice fly. Good recovery there by McCann. No homers, 4 RBIs for this big guy out of USC. He was a 7th round pick out of USC and former California High School Player of the Year. Change up. Bill Miller, you could hear him say, yes, he did. He went around. 1-1 the count.
Now, that's where I want to see Tim Hudson right there. Now, that's a great pitch, and that's what we're accustomed to seeing. Even with that two-seamer, that's a changeup there, but it's in a spot where either it looks like a fastball and you swing at it and it just darts out of the strike zone.
Jason Bay drawing some attention. Even he's got some stolen bases, 4 out of 5 on the year.
The Mets have had their own share of injuries. Ike Davis is still out with a sprained ankle. Johan Santana may be back late July or August. David Wright with that fractured lower back. He had a stress fracture there. And Chris Young's out for the season. So these guys have put together a pretty good team. It's always been health with it.
Good pitch on the corner, 1-2.
Justin Turner might play in tomorrow's game. He jammed his thumb.
Yeah, he was the rookie player of the month for the month of May, so they've missed him in the lineup too. Change up to Duda, fouled out of play. Mets have won 8 out of their last 12 and have a winning record on the road overall. They're 18-17. Playing very good baseball since Terry Collins aired them out about 2 weeks ago and said they weren't playing the game the right way.
Yeah, he pretty much called them in and said, hey, if you don't want to be here, let me know and we'll get you out of here. And that will get your attention.
One of his veteran players came into him after that and said, you know what, that needed to be said for the last 7 years and nobody did it. Did he go? Yes, he did, says Phil Cousy. And Hudson's got his first strikeout.
Well, this pitch was biting hit hard on the inside part of the plate there. And again, that's a part of the zone where he's going to live if he's going to be successful. And Tim Hudson right now is kind of feeling it out. Doesn't have his best stuff yet, but he's starting to fix what he's doing.
And the run in the first inning, if you just joined us, was an unearned run. After Reyes doubled, the relay back into the infield was wild as the runner goes. McCann's throw is high, and Jason Bay gets in there. His 5th stolen base.
Well, we talked about it in the open. These guys are going to run, even Jason Bay, when he gets on base. That's part of what they do. Terry Collins is an aggressive manager. And if they get on, they're going to make the runners move.
But that throwing error in the first by Hayward led to the first run of the game. Josh Tolley, 1 for 4 last night. Gets ahead in the count, 2-0. The pitcher's on deck, so Not likely he'll get much to hit here. Three and 0. Dylan G on deck is 1 for 19 on the year, so they're just going to go ahead and put Tolley on. And hope to get out of the inning by working the pitcher. Start to the season for this guy. 7-0 and an ERA right around 3.
Yeah, speaking with Chipper, like I said earlier, he said, you know, in spring training it looked like this guy had nothing. I mean, everything was flat right in the middle of the strike zone. He said, man, he threw me a fat pitch and I didn't miss it. I took him deep. He said, but since then that changeup and cutter has been effective.
And Hudson gets ahead of him quickly, 0-2. Nice stop by Mack. I just figured you'd say that Dylan G's 1 for 19, but he's from Texas, so everybody from Texas can hit.
Well, most of us could. Well, you know, I couldn't pitch, and you either could hit or you could pitch coming out of Texas, and they had some really good arms, kind of like Roger Clemens and Nolan Ryan and those guys. So Dylan G's falling right in that order.
And he strikes out to end the inning. Hudson leaves a couple of them out there. Chipper Jones will lead off the second for Atlanta. Braves down 1-0.
#1 in customer satisfaction nationwide for 6 straight years. Experience all the comfort and amenities you expect at an unexpectedly low price. Jameson Inn. Live large, pay less.
Joe Simpson, Ron Gant back with you at Turner Field, bottom of the second inning. 1-0 Mets. Chipper Jones batting cleanup tonight, leads it off. He'll be followed by Eric Hinsky and Alex Gonzalez. And Dylan G back to work. He's already beaten the Braves twice this year. Part of his 7-0 start. That's out of play. Chipper was 0 for 4 last night.
Chipper's been pretty good in his last 10 games, though. He's got 2 home runs and 6 RBIs, but he's batting .309 over that span.
Yeah, a good series in Houston.
Some big hits there.
And Florida. 1-1 right to Reyes, who had him played up the middle. And from the center field grass, throws him out. Look where he's playing him.
That's coaching right there. It's a scouting report, play him up the middle, and then the outfield play him the other way, especially left-handed.
Eric Hinske 0 for 4 last night. He's 0 for his last 9. Hitting .268, but 8 homers. Hit that one off the end of the bat a little bit, though, and right to Beltran. And quickly 2 out.
Eric wasn't going to let him get to that changeup.
No. In Dylan G's start on April 17th here at Turner Field, he won the game 3-2, 5 2/3 innings, 5 hits, and 1 run. He's only given up 1 run to the Braves so far this year in 14 innings. A little Wandy Rodriguez-like. Joe Mather, or excuse me, Alex Gonzalez rather, 1 for 4 last night, hitting .264, 7 homers. Driven down the line. That'll stay fair, and 1 hopped the wall. And Alex has himself a 2-out double.
Well, Joe, I couldn't get it out of my mouth quick enough. With Jason Hayward hitting behind Alex Gonzalez, he's going to see some better pitches from now on if he continues to hit in that 7th spot. This is a pitch up in the strike zone, and that's all because Jason Hayward's on deck. If you make a mistake to Jason Hayward with a guy on base, you're already thinking, the pitcher's already thinking ahead because Jason Hayward's out there. You're going to leave pitches up in the strike zone. So as a pitcher, you have to be disciplined enough not to worry about the guy on deck. But with Jason in the on deck circle, you almost can't help it.
Well, this is his first at bat since going on the disabled list, and his last start was May 19th. Was hitting off tee this time last week, then had a couple of rehab games for Gwinnett, and went 1 for 6 in those with a double in his first at bat. One and one. To make room for Jason, Matt Young was sent back to Gwinnett. Matt had done a good job in recent days filling in. Taken high, 2-1. He's faced Dylan G before, 1 for 5 in his career. Good numbers there with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. He's always had a knack, even this early in his career, for big moments. Maybe he'll have another one here.
Well, it would definitely have to be a mistake because they're going to definitely try to pitch to Joe Mather.
3-1 the count. Got a fastball to hit there and missed it, full count.
That's a smart pitch, though. Throw it about letter high and see if he'll take a rip at it. If he hits it, more than likely he'll pop it up.
How far he's standing off the plate, Ron? Was he that far off the plate before he got hurt?
I don't think so. It doesn't look like. I mean, he's pretty far off there, so that means he's got to dive across the plate, and you can pitch him inside if he's going to do that.
He tried but missed. He draws a walk, 1st and 2nd, 2 out for Mather. And of course, we've been telling you it is Jason Hayward bobblehead night. There's a look at the bobblehead. Fans treated to that when they came through the gates tonight. And Joe Mather, the batter, he was 1 for 3 last night and drove in a run. There's that off-speed pitch to start, as Dylan G likes to do.
Mather has been a pleasant surprise for the Atlanta Braves. He's come up with some really big hits, but what impressed me the most is when he's played outfield, he's done a tremendous job out there running the ball down.
Out of play, and he's in the hole 0-2. You got to figure that anything hit to the outfield on the grass is going to be slowed down because of the wet turf. This field drains in great fashion, but grass has still got to be wet. So on a base hit, you like your chances to score. Yeah, he went around, chased a bad ball there, and the Braves leave a couple. 2 innings in the books, 1-0 Mets. Off the 3rd inning, and time for our AT&T U-verse trivia question. Get your thinking cap on, Ron. Who was the last player to lead the National League in hits, runs, and stolen bases in a season?
Well, that's one heck of a season, I'll tell you.
Uh-huh. Figured to be a guy that's at the top of the order, certainly.
Ricky Henderson?
National League. Could he have done it in the National League?
Padres?
Yeah. Reyes already has doubled and scored tonight. Hit a ball to the bullpen screen. Had a double, but Jason's throw back into the infield got away from him. And on the errant throw, he went to 3rd and scored on a ground out. Good breaking ball there, 0-2. 290 career hitter with a couple of homers off of Hudson. Made him move his feet, 1-2.
Yeah, he's been pretty comfortable. But this happened in last night's ball game, and you know what happened? He hit a line drive right up the middle to drive in a run.
That one just missed the knees. Got him. Good pitch. Reyes didn't like it. 3rd strikeout for Hudson.
Yeah, it made him move his feet there and then threw a little bit of slider there that cut in off the plate. And that's just a perfect sequence of pitches.
Ruben Tejada grounded out to drive Reyes in the first inning. He's in double digits now in RBIs. He has 10. And Hudson gets ahead of him. To Tejada.
You mentioned Hudson's first inning troubles. Since then, though, he's been pretty good and down in the strike zone. Everything's moving tonight.
Waste one there, and it's 1-2. The Mets had 4 stolen bases last night. 64 for the year. That's tied for second in the major leagues. Add 1 to that tonight. That leaves them only 1 behind Kansas City, who plays later tonight in Oakland.
The Mets have had 22 stolen bases in their last 18 games. The Braves, 19 stolen bases all season long.
And again, that's a reflection on Terry Collins. That's the way he likes to play. Aggressive. Put pressure on the other team. Try to force some mistakes. Breaking ball and a beauty. That's 3 strikeouts in a row for Hudson and 4 overall. And a reminder that Delta Airlines is a proud sponsor of the Atlanta Braves. Wind just shifted again. It is galing in from left field. Beltran pulls that one foul. He grounded out to Hinske his first time up.
Beltran is another guy that's been pretty banged up throughout his career. You remember he had that big, huge series in postseason series in Houston, or for Houston. And since then, he really hasn't done a whole lot. He's been banged up, a lot of hamstring injuries. But when he's healthy, he is one heck of a player.
Yeah, that great postseason earned him a huge contract with the Mets. That seemed to be when the injuries set in. Two and one from Hudson. Had to pitch around, or try to pitch around the double and error leading off the game. Got 3 ground ball outs after that in the first inning. Left 2 men on base in the second. Beltran hits that one on the button. Schaefer on the run, and a nice over-the-shoulder catch for Jordan Schaefer. And a 1-2-3 inning for Tim Hudson. Time for the bats to get going against Dylan G. I think he's cruised long enough. And you can get in on the fun. Grab your phone and text Delta to South. That's Delta to 76884 for a chance to win round-trip airfare for two anywhere Delta flies in the continental United States, plus hotel accommodations and $250 spending cash. We'll announce the winner later in tonight's game, so there's still time to enter. Got to get in on that. Jim Hudson leads off the third inning. Maybe he can get something started. Takes a strike, 1-1. 1 for 24 on the year, as you see. To third, and Murphy will throw him out. One down. And back to the top of the order, and Jordan Schaefer.
Yeah, you're right, Joe. Dylan G is getting a little too efficient here for my taste.
Very comfortable. Sure would like to see him have to throw a little more out of the stretch like he had to, a 2 out in the second inning. Jordan Schaefer struck out his first time up. 0 for 5 so far in the series.
After that Hudson ground out, no leadoff men in this series so far, Joe, have gotten a hit. They are 0 for 12.
To second, Tejada had a tough hop, but he makes the play, and 2 are down. After Josh Tolley threw his throw down to second base to start the inning, he then got everybody's attention and was kind of pointing up to the sky and making a circle sign with his hand to indicate that with the wind whipping like it is, everybody be heads up, be ready to help your teammate, because the wind might blow the ball anywhere right now. Dan Ugla struck out his first time up on a 3-2 pitch. This is a change-up. Hit his 9th homer of the year last night. G is not just, Ron, he's not just a guy that's just kind of taking a little off, putting a little on. I mean, he's 91, 92 at times with his fastball. To third, but foul.
And you're right. And again, that makes that changeup that he's developed helps make that fastball harder. You know, you sitting up there and you're starting to get changeups, and all of a sudden he comes with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Well, that looks more like 96 to 97 because he's thrown so many changeups.
1-2 to Ugla. That one was 93, just off the plate. 2-2. And Tolley hangs on to it. Foul tip for the out. Strikeout number 4 for G. We go to the 4th, still 1-0 New York.
And let's take a look at our Jamison N upcoming schedule. Got the Mets tomorrow again. Mike Minor against R.A. Dickey, the knuckleballer. That's going to be an interesting game to watch. And then the Texas Rangers come in for 3, and then the Toronto Blue Jays. And I'm looking forward to seeing the Blue Jays. Jose Bautista is one of the most prolific home run hitters in all of baseball.
He's had a great year last year, and then has started off with a great season here in 2011. And Yunel Escobar will be back with the Blue Jays as well. Daniel Murphy leads off for the Mets here in the 4th. Takes a strike. There's a look back at Bill Miller. Murphy grounded out to short on a great play made by Alex Gonzalez in the 1st. Chopper over the mound that Alex had to charge hard. Two and one.
Yeah, you mentioned the wind, Joe, and it's really whipping again here at Turner Field. And as an outfielder, if there's a ball hit anywhere in the outfield, all your outfielders are going to have to converge because it's blowing all over the place.
Back through the middle and into center field for Murphy. Wind won't affect that worm burner. You can hear in our crowd mics the effects of the wind whipping around here. Third hit for New York. Leadoff man aboard for Angel Pagan. Pagan, a switch hitter. Flied to right his first time up. Shows bunt, takes a strike. Again, if you just joined us, the Mets got a run in the 1st thanks to Jose Reyes, a double and a throwing error by Jason Hayward, who returned to the lineup tonight. Reyes wound up at 3rd, scored on a ground out. That's all the scoring thus far. Murphy has 4 stolen bases. He's been caught twice. It's even hard to keep our cameras steady. Well, it's blowing right now.
Pagan, another one of those players I like. A lot of speed, has some pop every once in a while, but he hates to face the sinkers.
That one got away from Tim, and the count 1-1. They got him from the Cubs for a couple of minor league players, outfielder Corey Coles and a pitcher Ryan Myers in January of 2008. Sends that one high in the air to right field. Hayward into the corner, looks up. Is it fair or foul? Fair ball, home run. I was hoping the wind would push it foul, Ron.
It was trying to, Joe, but just not enough. He didn't hook that ball enough. It wasn't in enough for him to hook it, and he kept it fair because he kept his hands inside the baseball there.
Home run number 2 for Pagan. 3-0 New York.
Yeah, this pitch just catches just a little bit too much of the plate there, and Pagan pulls his hands in, and that's how he's able to keep it fair there.
That thing literally wrapped around the pole, didn't even make it to the seats. 6th home run allowed by Hudson this year. And that is the first home run hit by the Mets against Atlanta this year, even though they lead the season series 4-3. Two and one to Jason Bay, who singled and stole a base in the 2nd inning. 2-2. Breaking ball hit off the end of the bat to right center, but Schaefer's got it. First out of the inning. Lucas Duda struck out his first time up. 0 for 5 in the series. Phillies and Marlins are playing a doubleheader today as part of a rain makeup. Phillies pounded the Marlins the first game, but Florida leading Roy Halladay and the Phillies 4-2 after 7 in game 2. Anibal Sanchez pitching the second game for the Marlins.
There's been about 3 or 4 pitches, Joe, that Tim Hudson have almost let get away from him to the backstop. So, again, I haven't seen him do this. I've played with him. I've covered him the last few years, and I've just hadn't seen him throw this many pitches up. And there's another one up in the strike zone like that. These pitchers are just getting away from him.
Do you think it's back-related, Ron, where if he can't bend over like he's used to doing?
Well, he seems like he's finishing okay, but he's actually lost his release point. You mentioned that he missed that one start with that lower back, and somewhere along the line there, he's just missing his release point.
Line to left, but Mather was positioned perfectly. 2 down. And the catcher, Josh Tolley, will be the batter. 3-0 New York as Pagan has hit a 2-run homer here in the 4th.
Tim's been one of the best pitchers, probably one of the top 5 pitchers in Major League Baseball over the last 5 to 6 years. And I just can't see how he has lost his release point because, you know, the back thing is one thing, but if he's saying that he's all right, then he's all right out there. But I think it's something that in his mechanics that he lost along the line there. Again, when he's down in the strike zone, he's almost unhittable. That's how he's been so successful. But there's a lot of pitches up in the strike zone tonight and over his last 5 starts.
0-2 to Tolley. That was something that plagued Jair Jurgens last night. He couldn't get his changeup down and left some fastballs up too. And he said he was working all night to try to correct it. It just never happened. His record fell to 8-3. Oh, and 2 to Tolley, but it missed inside. 1-2 the count. Two and 2. The pitcher, Dylan G, would be next, but you'd like to have him lead off the next inning. We don't have enough weights up here, do we?
There's stuff flying around all in this booth right now.
Good breaking ball, but it was spoiled and stays 2-2. Tolley drew an intentional pass in the second inning. Put runners at first and second with 2 out, and then G struck out to end the inning. Lights flickered here.
Oh, it just took a hit.
Yeah. Drew a little murmur from the crowd. Lights are still on, though. Payoff pitch to short. Alex Gonzalez to first in time. And the inning is retired, but not before the Mets add to their lead. A 2-run homer by Angel Pagan. 3-0 New York. A lot of Dylan G so far.
And a lot of Angel Pagan as of right now. 2-run home run here off his bat. Again, Tim Hudson, a little bit of mislocation with some of his pitches. But let's take a look at the numbers in the game summary. The Mets got off to a good start, scoring that 1 run off the Reyes legs in the first inning, and then the 2-run shot in the 4th inning.
Ed Mangan was out talking to the crew chief, Tom Hallion, between innings. Perhaps about some more rain headed our way. Let's hope not. Ryan McCann hits one into the teeth of the shift. Bobbled over there by Murphy, who moves over to play up the middle. But he'll make the play, and that out will go. It's 5-3. So again, the Braves unable to get a leadoff man aboard. Now 0 for 13 in this series in that category.
We're going to have to make Dylan G work a little bit here. A lot of first pitch balls put in play and a lot of outs.
And this is only his 40th pitch. And he misses to Chipper, 1-0, who grounded to short his first time up. Hit it up the middle, but Reyes had him played perfectly. One and one. One and two. And we're feeling a little mist beginning to blow into the stadium now. Of course, the way it's blowing right now, it could be falling in Gainesville and just misting here. That's high, 2-2. Some fans are heading for cover in anticipation of some rain coming. I gotta tell you, Ron, as many games as we've done here, and as much as we've had wind blow in, I don't remember blowing this hard in before. Chipper off the plate. That's foul.
Yeah, we thought we were done with some of the weather, looking at the radar earlier, but some more pop-up showers, thunder showers in the area, so we may get some more of this. But you're right, Joe. This wind is really coming in from center field. That ball that Beltran hit earlier in the game that Jordan Schaefer ran down, definitely the wind helped knock that ball down.
2-2 pitch is taken for a full count. It is raining, I guess, but it's more of a swirling mist. Payoff pitch. Ball 4. Second walk issued by Dylan G. Although the first one to Hayward was kind of the unintentional, intentional variety. Hinske hit the ball pretty hard his first time up, flied out to right. Got it off the end of the bat just a little bit. Strike call.
That's what Chipper was talking about right there. He said that Dylan G now will pitch inside now that he has that cutter. The cutter actually has helped his confidence to be able to go inside to some of these left-handed hitters. And I told you earlier, his numbers are better against left-handers than they are right-handers.
Yeah, he utilized that changeup more often. But he'll throw it to both sides of the plate, too. He's not 7-0 because he's lucky. Strike 2 call.
I think Eric was looking for a changeup right there in that count. I never could do it. I always looked fastball until I got 2 strikes, and then I tried to make the adjustment. Once a pitcher gets ahead of you with that fastball, he can pretty much do anything to you.
Struck him out with it. High fastball, similar to the one that Mather chased in the second inning. 2 outs. Alex Gonzalez, the batter.
Just climbed the ladder on him here. Threw him all fastballs. Eric kind of looked changed up after he got that first strike on him. And then Dylan G just climbed the ladder on him.
That's almost like Candlestick Park fog and rain right there. And the hot dog wrappers that are blowing around the field kind of remind you of Candlestick too.
I was trying to forget.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Alex is saying the ball hit him, not the bat.
Alex is trying to tell him there's no mark on my bat. Check it out.
Freddie Gonzalez out to take up the argument. Alex was quick to point out. Alex actually turned to Miller and was pointing before Miller even called a foul ball.
It's off the sleeve.
Yeah, that looked way below the bat. It'll go as a foul ball. And Alex is really the only guy in the lineup that's had good success against Dylan G with his base hit. Actually a double back in the second inning. He's now 4 for 8 against him. But he's in the hole now, 0-2. That high fastball run out of the zone, sometimes a pitch like what Mather got or what Hinske got that they can get Alex to chase. Popped it up. Wind might create a problem, but Duda makes the play and the inning is over. Braves get a walk but leave a runner. We've played 4. It's 3-0 New York. Or any good news. Ed Mangan walked into the dugout between innings with Tom Hallion. They went down real quick to look at the radar. And as they were doing that, the ground crew was at the ready, already inside the gate, ready to pull the tarp. And that's what's going to happen. So we're going to have another rain delay here after an hour and 20-minute delay. Delayed the start of things tonight. A delay that included rain and hail. But right now we've got a lot of wind and the threat of even heavier rain than what's falling right now. So we'll keep you posted, and we'll be back to update you as soon as we can. For now, we'll send it back to our network stations for local programming.
of this series, he's the guy in that lineup that's going to drive it. He's their catalyst. And again, he's having one heck of a season. But in that top of the first inning, the first bat of the game, he hits that double, and then an error by Jason Hayward in right field. And then the big 2-run home run in the fourth inning that wraps around the foul pole down the right field line by Angel Pagan. And that's pretty much been the game offensively for the New York Mets. And then on the mound for the Mets, Dylan G has just been fantastic. I talked about how he's been working that cutter and that changeup, and it's working to fine fashion again tonight.
He's going to get a no decision because we've only played 4 innings, so that means the Braves also have to make a change after the lengthy rain delay, and the AT&T call to the bullpen is to Christian Martinez, who comes on for his 17th appearance, 0-2 with a 3.60 ERA. Tim Hudson went 4 innings, gave up 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 were earned. But it's now up to Martinez to hold the Mets right there and hope that the Braves can find some way to score against the Mets bullpen.
Not a bad ERA for a guy that has to come in and kind of clean up every once in a while and long relief. And he's been doing a pretty good job at that. Sinker, slider, and a little bit of a changeup mix in there. And as long as he's keeping the ball down, he's effective.
The bottom part of the order is due up for the Mets, the pitcher's spot, in fact. So looks like Friday's going to come out and pinch hit for G. Jason played here last night. So as they continue to get loose, a reminder, fans, today is Delta Day at Turner Field, and you can get in on the fun if you just grab your phone and text Delta to South. That's Delta to 76884. For a chance to win a round-trip airfare for 2 anywhere Delta flies in the continental United States, plus hotel accommodations, plus $250 spending cash. We'll announce the winner later in tonight's game, so there's still time to enter. Three to nothing New York. An hour and 20-minute rain delay to start the game. And about an hour on this one. And Jason Friday takes ball 1. Friday hitting .238, 3 homers, 13 driven in, 2 for 6 as a pinch hitter. Hour and 11-minute rain delay to be exact. To the count.
And Joe, this is where you have to be careful. You had 2 rain delays so far. You get loose, you go back in the clubhouse, you have to cool down again, then you get loose again, you got to go back in the clubhouse, and this is when injuries start to occur.
Out of play.
And don't forget, it's much cooler now than it was at game time.
Much cooler. The track is a lot wetter. The outfield's got to be saturated. Grounds crew's done a great job of putting more drying agent on the infield. It looks like it's okay. Friday stays alive. Still 1-2. Again foul.
Hey, my boy!
Braves need to rally. Phillies got off the deck, scored 2 in the 9th in game 2 of the doubleheader, tied the game, and then won it in the 10th and swept the doubleheader from Florida. And again out of play.
Yeah, Leo Nunez having a little bit of a problem there in the bottom of the 9th.
Shane Victorino got a big hit to tie it, and that man Carlos Ruiz got the base hit to win it. Marlins are reeling. Got him looking. Good pitch on the outside corner. Put him away.
Yeah, that's a pretty good pitch there, and that's a little bit of a mislocation there. You see where Brian McCann sets up. He sets up on the inside part of the plate, but that ball runs back over the middle. It's a good thing that Proddy was guessing wrong.
Top of the order again. Reyes with a double and a run scored in the first. Took a called 3rd strike from Hudson in the 3rd. Hard hit to first, but Hensky stabs it. 2 down. Nice play by Eric.
You know, the Braves defense as a whole all season long has been pretty good, and a lot of it has to do with that starting rotation. When you get guys out there on the mound every day that you take the field, they're going to throw strikes, so you know you have to be ready defensively.
How about Eric Hensky, too? Running them down in the outfield, picking it at first base, doing a great job. This is Tejada, who drove in the run in the first with a ground out, and he has struck out.
And I was talking about the errors, and through 68 games this season, they've only made 35, but through last season, 2010, they already had 48.
Much improved. Inside, 1-1. Quite a few fans have stuck around, weathered 2 rain delays tonight that have totaled 2 hours and 31 minutes. This will not be an official game, however, until the Braves bat in the bottom of the 5th inning.
This ain't no bagels and lox. You gotta swing, baby.
Good inning for Christian Martinez. Maybe that'll fire up the offense. Hayward, Mather, and the pitcher spot 2 up. Braves trailing at 3-0. Here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
Gotta love those socks, man.
Is that not? Oh, that's not Bedrock. That's DJ Carrasco. He's going to pitch instead.
That's old school, Joe.
Yeah, it is. Looks good. 10th game for Carrasco. He started the season with the big club, got sent back to Buffalo, just called up about a week ago. Dylan G went 4 innings, a 1-hit shutout ball again against Atlanta. 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. And Jason Hayward in his first game back walked his first and only time up so far tonight. Takes a strike. It's been a good 2 hours between at bats for Jason Hayward.
Talking to Jason before the game, and I asked him, I said, did you feel anything during those 2 games that you played down in the minor leagues? And he said it felt great. He felt no stiffness, and he said he was ready to go.
Change up, hit down the left field line, but that'll slice foul. Count 1-2. Over the mound, Reyes on the first base side of the bag makes the play. One out in the fifth.
Yeah, it's a good pitch there by Carrasco. He's got that heavy two-seam sinker there, and he gets a lot of ground balls, and that's just a perfectly located pitch on the outside part of the plate.
Opponents hitting .302 against Carrasco. 3 homers allowed in 11 innings. Joe Mather struck out his first time up against Dylan G. Lays off a breaking ball. Congratulations to the Boston Bruins, Stanley Cup champions, shutting out Vancouver tonight in Game 7. 4-0. One on the road too. That's pretty cool.
Wasn't Tom Glavine a big Bruins fan?
He still is, and it's just party time out there in Country Club of the South right now.
That's right. Tom getting drafted for hockey.
Off the glove of Carrasco, but he recovers and throws him out. And with 2 out in the 5th inning, time for our Home Depot know-how question. The game that comes from Thomas Hughes, who wants to know, when a starting pitcher doesn't get the decision, how do you figure out which reliever gets the decision? A win, specifically, as it says. And that usually happens after it is determined who takes the lead. For example, right now we have no pitcher of record because the game wasn't official and the starting pitcher didn't go 5 innings. The official score can then give the win to a relief pitcher who he determined pitched the best over the course of the end of the game, or who was in the game when the lead changed.
Well, let's hope that's Christian Martinez.
Let's hope it is. And by Toyota. 3-0 Mets, top of the 6th inning. And a reminder, fans, take your dad to see the Braves against the Rangers on Father's Day this coming Sunday. And meet former Braves Sid Green, Gaylord Perry, and Johnny Estrada before the game. See the Montgomery Gentry post-game concert benefiting the Prostate Cancer Foundation after the game. For tickets, visit Braves.com. That's a heck of a day. Carlos Beltran leads off the 6th. 0 for 2 tonight. We just turned on the game and want to know why we're in the 6th inning. We've had 2 different rain delays that total 2 hours and 31 minutes. But it is now an official contest, and the Mets lead it 3-0. Beltran's bat beginning to heat up. 9 homers, 40 RBIs. Beltran was ready to take a walk, but it's full count, 3-2. Beltran, Murphy, and Pagan due up here in the 6th. Hard hit, Hinsky right there. Eric to the bag, 1 out.
Yeah, we got a guy there.
Yep. Daniel Murphy's 1 for 2. He led off the 4th inning with a base hit and was on board when Pagan curled one around the right field foul pole for a homer. Tried to catch Chipper playing deep at third base, but fouled it off.
I was talking about some of the Mets' financial troubles that they've been having, and they have some pretty huge contracts out there. They're actually still paying Bobby Bonilla for some of the deferred money that they owed him from years ago.
No fooling. In the air to center, Jordan Schaefer has that measured. 2 out. But that doesn't count on your annual, this year's payroll, does it? Or does it?
I believe that it does, and that's the reason why I don't think they're going to be able, or one of the reasons why I don't think they're going to be able to keep Jose Reyes. It's just going to demand too much on the market. Why not go out? I know they've talked about maybe keeping him through the rest of the season, but why not go out and get some good young talent, maybe 1 or 2 guys that are already in the majors, and 2 really good minor leagues to go along with it.
Strike call to Pagan, who homered his last time up. His 2nd of the year. He hit 11 last year for the Mets. Christian Martinez doing a good job of getting ahead in the count here, 0-2. Hard hit, but a diving catch by Ugla. 6 straight retired by Christian Martinez and 9 straight by Braves pitchers.
Whew, that ball had some hair on it.
Yes, it did. Top of the order due up for Atlanta. Let's get some runs. Well, actually.
Well, welcome back anyway. It's 3-0 in the bottom of the 6th, and let's hope the Braves get something going.
Absolutely. Jordan Schaefer will lead it off. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He has struck out and grounded out. DJ Carrasco in his second inning of work. I mean, he's even Steve Bedrosian's size, about 6'4", 215.
Heavy sinker. And that nasty slider misses in off the plate, though.
Fought off foul and out of play, 2-2. Jordan came in hitting .222 since he got called up, but he's hitting right at .260 against right-handed pitching.
You know, I just like the energy that he brings. Just his presence at the top of the lineup just gives this club some energy.
Count goes full to him.
And we all know what he can do if he gets on base.
Need a leadoff man on. But Duda will take care of that. 1 out.
Now it's time for the Coors Light 6th inning and the Coors Light freeze cam here. And take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. And it definitely made me freeze. Some lightning that popped up over the stadium and caused that rain delay earlier. And that is the Coors Light freeze cam, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light.
Thank you, Ron. Dan Uggla, the batter. Braves are still looking for their first leadoff man to reach in this series. They're 0 for 15. Uggla has fanned twice. That was against Dylan G. Braves only have 1 hit. That was a double by Alex Gonzalez in the second inning. Broken bat grounder left side. Murphy, nice stab, spins and got him. Nice play. I thought that ball was already through the hole.
Yeah, he was off the line there, though, which gave him a little bit more range to get to that ball, but that's still a nice play there. Throws a strike over the first base.
And now he gets to go out and play second base.
He's all over the place.
He moves over to the right side of the diamond with their shift. Reyes stays at short. For Brian McCann, who has popped out, grounded out. Big cut, 1-1. Livan Hernandez had a good night tonight. He and the Nationals shut out St. Louis 10-0. Out of play.
You know, I thought the Braves offense really had something going down there in Houston, but facing those two left-handed tough pitchers, I think, put them back in the funk a little bit.
Well, there's another good quick inning for Carrasco. He's 6 up and 6 down himself. We've played 6. 3-0 Mets. Seventh inning in time for the answer to our AT&T U-verse trivia question. It had to do with Jose Reyes, who was the last player to lead the National League in hits, runs, and stolen bases in a season. I'm going to say it was him. You said it was Ricky?
Chuck Klein.
Whoa.
1932.
He was like my fourth pick.
Yeah. Oh, well, my third.
Okay.
Does that mean I beat you?
Yeah, it does. Yep. Didn't have old Chuck on there. Jason Bay, a single and a stolen base. He's also flied out. Christian Martinez, 6 up and 6 down for him with 2 strikeouts. Breaking ball hit off the glove of Gonzalez like a rocket for a base hit. Like a hanger.
Well, this is something that the New York Mets has been waiting to see out of Jason Bay. He's starting to feel like he's healthy now, and he's swinging the bat pretty well. If you make mistakes to him, he still will hit the ball in the ballpark. He's got that type of ability. He just hadn't been able to put it together in New York.
Well, you're right, though. They have been waiting. Injured much of last year, and he's not doing anything this year. This is Lucas Duda, or as the organist was playing here, Zippity Duda. 0 for 2 tonight, 0 for 6 in the series. To illustrate what you're talking about, Ron, Jason Bay in 2009 with Boston, 531 at-bats, 36 homers. In the last 2 years with the Mets, he's right at 500 at-bats, 8 homers.
That's a dramatic drop.
Off the end of the bat, foul.
I'm sure he peppered that green monster a lot there in Boston, but you ain't peppering nothing at City Field. You got to really get a hold of it to get it out of there.
A ball and 2 strikes. Three to nothing Mets. They got a run in the first. Got a 2-run homer from Pagan in the fourth. Mike Minor goes tomorrow for Atlanta against the knuckleballer R.A. Dickey. Jason Bay already with a stolen base tonight. That came back in the second inning. His 5th of the year. And the Mets have swiped 5 in this series so far. Full count.
Jason Bay getting the sign over there, and I'm sure he will be running on this pitch.
He is going, and it's pulled foul. So he will check with Chip Hale again, the third base coach. Mookie Wilson, the former Met outfielder, is their first base coach this year. Fans chiming in on the zippity doodah. Runner goes. Try it again. Now we're doing Camptown races. Oh boy. Can't beat fun at the old ballpark, as my pal used to say.
Gotta love it.
Runner goes. Ball 4. Duda zips down to first. First and second, nobody out for Tolley, the catcher.
See, Willie Harris comes out on deck, so you exactly sacrifice here, try to get the runner down.
Almost picked Bay off.
Yeah, good throw down there. This is tough for the runner at second base, because when that batter holds that bat out and the ball looks like it's going through the bat, you can't tell if he's actually got it down or put it in play or missed it.
You have a pretty good idea when you see the catcher about to pick you off.
That's
your first indication. Tolley's bunting again, but pulls the bat back, and he's 0-2. Mets executed flawlessly, it seems, in the first 2 games of this series. Let's see if he's still bunting. He was going to hack away, but the pitch is outside. Milwaukee and Chicago have had their share of rain delays tonight as well. They're only in the bottom of the 5th at Wrigley Field. 5-4, Brewers on top. And more lightning across the skies to the north of downtown Atlanta. Two and 2 to Tolley. Play.
Joe, you and I were talking about this earlier and how the game has kind of changed a little bit. Guys don't hit and run and bunt and move runners like they used to. And, in this situation, even if you had 2 strikes on him when we came up, you still had to try to get that ball down. And if you fouled it off, you just take the strike out. You just didn't get the job done. But nowadays, you get 2 strikes and they're hacking away.
And it sometimes costs you a good inning. But for a guy like Tolley especially, a guy who's not going to hit a whole lot, he's not going to hit a lot of homers. Those are things he has to do well.
I agree.
But he's gotten the count back full. So let's see what Terry Collins does here with his runners. 3 and 2, nobody out. Balk move by Christian, but runners didn't indicate. They are not going, and it's full foul. A long look at Chip Hale now by Jason Bay, running at second, and Lucas Duda, a runner at first. Mets already lead 3-0. Can't afford to give them any more. Not running. Ball 4. Bases loaded. Nobody out. And Willie Harris checks with his manager. He still heads to the plate to hit. And as Roger McDowell goes out to talk to Martinez, a reminder that all season long Atlanta Braves baseball on Sports South is being presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. The right stuff, the low price. Sacks full of Mets for the former Brave.
Yes, one guy you definitely don't want to see in the batter's box right now in this situation.
The Mets last night were 3 for 14 with runners in scoring position in their 4-3 win. And that's been a problem for them most of the year. However, since May 15th, They've hit .284 with runners in scoring position as a team, and that's 6th best in the major leagues. And Willie Harris with a chance to blow this one wide open, but a check swing makes it 0-1.
Really had one of the most spectacular games at the plate as a Brave, a 6-hit game for the Atlanta Braves.
Down the line, but foul. That might have cleared the sacks. He had another game, Ron, I remember, against the Mets at Chase Stadium where he made a catch against the fence and I believe brought a fly ball back that saved a home run that ended the game and saved a win for Atlanta.
Sometimes it would take a week for me to get 6 hits.
Still 0-2. He started last night and played in left field. Was 1 for 2 with a couple of walks. And scored a run. He also stole a base. Hard hit, but hooked. Foul. And Brian McCann didn't like the sound of that one. He's out to talk to Christian.
Yeah, he squared that one up pretty well. You see where Brian McCann set up here. He's off the outside edge. But again, that one catching a little bit too much of the plate.
Yeah, especially 0-2. Let's see what Brian's trying to do. If Willie wants to pull the ball, he's trying to get him to reach out and get something and maybe hit a ground ball that might lead to a double play. Yeah, there is a ground ball. Henske will come home. There's one. Back to first. Not in time. Not sure if Willie beat the throw or if Henske was off the bag. But a good try. 1 out, base is still loaded.
Yeah, this ball's hit pretty hard, but Willie Harris is, with that speed, it's going to be tough to throw him out, and he actually beats Henske back to the bag.
Good call down there by James Hoy. And that's going to do it for Christian Martinez. Freddie Gonzalez is going to make a change, and we'll tell you who it is coming in when we come back. Fans, today is Delta Day at Turner Field. You can get in on the fun. Grab your phone and text Delta to South. That's Delta to 76884 for a chance to win a round trip airfare for 2 anywhere Delta flies in the continental U.S. plus hotel and $250 spending money. We'll announce the winner later tonight, so there's still time to enter. And time for the AT&T call to the bullpen, and a guy who's been getting a lot of work lately, Ron. This is the 5th appearance for Scott Linebrink in the last 7 days.
Yeah, he's been in 29 games, and you see his record 2-1, but that ERA at the 4.44 has to get down a little bit. Again, his problem has been location up in the strike zone.
Jose Reyes goes after the first pitch and sends that foul into the seats. Down the third base line, 0-1. Reyes 1 for 3 tonight, doubled and scored in the first, struck out in the third, grounded out in the fifth. Hit a ball hard right down the line that was gloved by Hinske. That double in the first inning has given Reyes an extra base hit in 9 out of the last 11 games that he has hit safely. Chopper, diving stop by Hinske, gets the out, throws to second, but nobody's there to cover. He needed the tag, and almost a spectacular play that would have saved a run. But Duda comes in to score, and it's 4-0.
Oh, this is a great play by Eric Hinske. He gets up, he actually tags the bag with his hand first, and then he steps on the bag and tries to make the throw over to second base. He knew he didn't have a play at home plate, so the closest thing he could do was go to second, but I think the runner was going to beat that throw there anyway.
Great try, just a great try. That probably saved 3 runs just by the glove work. Give Reyes an RBI, his 28th. And Tejada to the plate with runners at second and third. That's out of play. Pretty good play by, pretty athletic play by Alex Gonzalez too, racing over there to take that throw.
Alex was probably surprised that he was going to come up and throw towards second base there.
This one's to third. Chipper's got it. Inning is over. So all in all, giving up 1 run wasn't so bad after the Mets had bases loaded, nobody out. But they've added to their lead, and we go to the 7th inning stretch, 4-0 New York. Time for our McDonald's fan of the game. How about these guys and their energy tonight? Even the rain hasn't washed any of that off. New pitcher out there for the Mets. Bobby Parnell will take over his 13th game, 0-1 with a 4.09 ERA. 16 strikeouts in 11 innings. This guy can bring it. Control a bit of an issue at times, as you see. 7 walks. He'll face Chipper, then Hinske, then Gonzalez.
they call that effectively wild.
He can be. Came off the disabled list a couple of weeks ago. He was on there for about a month with numbness in the middle finger on his pitching hand. Chipper 0 for 1 with a walk. Grounded out in the second inning. Two.
See 97 miles an hour there, and that's a good place to put it on the outside part of the plate, especially the Chipper Jones, because he can still catch up to anybody's fastball. So if you make a mistake, I don't care if it's 97, he can still deposit it into the seats.
Did he go? He did. Chipper knew he did. He was already headed to the dugout. Strikeout for Parnell, and the batter is Hinske, who has flied out and struck out and turned in a couple of good defensive plays at first base tonight.
That was a good hard slider by Bobby Parnell. You get all geared up for that fastball, and then he puts a little tilt on it. And Chipper had no shot there.
Parnell is from not too far from here, Salisbury, North Carolina, just north of Charlotte. 26 years old, 6'4", 200 pounds. A 9th round pick back in 05. Went to Charleston Southern.
Talking about Terry Collins jumping all over his team a couple weeks ago, and it's the reason being is this is a pretty talented ball club. They have some really good players. You see Bobby Parnell comes out of bullpen throwing almost 100 miles an hour. K-Rod at the end of the game. They put together a pretty good ball club. It's just, for me, it's just been mostly the injury bug that's bit them. And some lackluster play as well, but Terry Collins has them playing really good ball right now.
I know he definitely has their attention. Line down the left field line, but slicing foul.
Jason Bay, Carlos Beltran, and David Wright have only played 27 games together in the last 2 seasons.
And they're hoping to get David Wright back by the end of the month, but there's no guarantees on that. 3-2 to Hinske. Good cut at 99. None of the Braves' last 16 batters have gotten the ball out of the infield. The last one to do it was Gonzalez, who doubled in the second. The only other guy to do it tonight was Hinske, who flied to right in front of him. 2 balls out of the infield tonight. It's kind of like that at bat Eric had in the last inning in Houston Monday night. Very professional, battling, fouling off pitches against a tough pitcher. But they got him here. And make sure with Bill Miller and Foley that he didn't hurt somebody after he lost the bat.
Yeah, Bobby Parnell is just knocking the bat out of people's hands. I mean, that's how good and how electric his stuff has been. Again, the Mets have put together a pretty good ball club, and Bobby Parnell is part of it. You see him rushing it up there close to 100 miles an hour. And I'm telling you, when you're looking for 100 and all of a sudden he throws that close to a 90-mile-an-hour slider. That's a 10-mile-an-hour difference. It's tough to hit that.
Gonzalez has the Braves only hit a double off Dylan G in the second inning. Ron, this guy's been, Parnell, he's taken some heat the last couple of years from people around the Mets camp because he's wild. But with his arm, goodness, they harness it somehow. What a talent. That's foul, 0-2.
And you're right, and I believe a lot of it has to do with sometimes, and you've seen it a couple of pitches since he's been in this ball game, that he'll come in and he'll try to throw too hard. He'll try to hit triple digits, and that's where the wildness comes from. So when he backs down a little bit and just lets his natural ability take over, then he's more effective. They're trying to get that through his head.
On that one. 1-2. I mean, I can see how his fingers went numb.
It's a lot of torque on those fingers and elbows, isn't it?
Grunt and a fastball at 99, and he strikes out the side. 7 innings in the books. Four to nothing. Mets on top. Only one hit for the Atlanta offense tonight. Beltran, Murphy, and Pagan due up against Linebrink. Carlos Beltran 0 for 3 tonight. Bill Miller, the umpire, skipping out of the way. 1-1. In the air to right. Jason broke back, but he'll have time to come in and get it. One away.
Good pitch there by Scott Linebrink. Gets in on Carlos just a little bit and couldn't get the bat head out to it. Just a lazy fly ball out to right field.
Murphy's 1 for 3. He singled and scored in the fourth ahead of Pagan's homer.
brink up to 93 on that pitch, so he's humping up a little bit. Starting to get loose.
Yeah, he is. He can rush it up there. His problem sometimes is breaking ball that he leaves out over the plate, makes a mistake with it when I think he tries to throw it too hard, like you were talking about with Parnell. 0-2 pitch popped to left. Mather has it. 2 down.
Now it's time for the Coors Light Cold Hard Blast, and this is pretty much has been the biggest blow of the game in the 4th inning. A little hanging breaking ball to Angel Pagan, and he wraps it around the foul pole. We were hoping that wind would keep it in the ball or knock it out of the ballpark, but it wraps around the pole, and that's our Coors Light Cold Hard Blast.
His 2nd homer of the year, and it just cleared the fence and just got around the pole. Didn't go. 2-0.
You know, Joe, and that's something I think that Scott's going to have to do a little bit more of, and that's pitch inside. I mean, everything's been away, and then he comes inside on Carlos Beltran and jams him and gets a lazy fly ball. So, you know, these major league hitters, if you don't make an adjustment against them, they're going to continue to pound you. If you're just going to throw the ball away, they're going to lean out over the plate. So sometimes you're going to have to come inside on these guys.
Got to keep them honest. Mets are trying to get back to the 500 mark. It would be the first time since May 20th when they were 22-22. Hit hard but foul. Full count. As that lightning show continues to the northern part of the city. Two out, nobody on. Lifted to center. Jordan coming on, but he's not going to get there in time for that one. Might have broken his bat. 2nd hit of the night for Pagan.
And I do believe Scott was trying to come in. You see Brian McCann, he's set up inside, and Scott leaves this out over the plate about belt high. Still jams him, but if he would have got that pitch where Brian McCann wanted it, that more than likely would have ended up being an out.
Yep, I agree. That brings Jason Bay to the plate. He's 2 for 3 tonight. A multi-hit game for him, which is rare. He was only 2 for his last 33. 2 hits tonight. Pagan is running. And he's out. And why he didn't slide, I don't know. Pagan got bum-fuzzled there, but McCann guns him out. The inning is over. Thank you very much. Don't get that uniform dirty. Indescribably good play of the game. Nice play with the bases loaded by Eric Hensky that saved an extra base hit.
Yeah, Eric Hensky's made a couple nice plays tonight defensively for the Atlanta Braves, and he actually saves a couple runs on this play.
Didn't get the double play, but definitely kept it from being a huge inning and keeps the Braves within striking distance as Hayward, Mather, and the pitcher's spot are due up here against Bobby Parnell, who struck out the side in the 7th. Check swing, tough play. Parnell makes it. Good play on the bare hand. Jason's 0 for 2 tonight in his return with a walk. That's 17 straight Atlanta hitters that have not been able to get the ball out of the infield.
Right now against Bobby Parnell, the Braves are not taking very good swings.
Having to start their swing early. I think they do. I think he's thrown a fastball under 97 since he went out there. Did you do anything different, Ron, to try and shorten up against a guy that threw hard like this?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would choke up an inch on it. You don't see that much anymore, but I would choke up, half an inch on the bat and spread out a little bit.
Spread out some, yeah.
Yeah, you just want to use your hands because if you get that body into it, that ball's going to be on you in a hurry. And it cuts down your head movement so you can see the ball better.
I can picture you choking up on the bat some. I remember you doing that.
Especially with 2 strikes.
That's 4 out of 5 strikeouts for Parnell. And Brooks Conrad will pinch hit. Got a holiday coming up, fans. Make your plans today to take your family and friends to see the Braves this 4th of July weekend. See the best fireworks show in the Southeast, presented by Publix and Captain America on Friday, July 1st and the 4th. For the best seat location and ticket price, order in advance at braves.com/tickets or call 1-800-745-3000. Braves will have the Orioles in town on the 1st, and then for the holiday on the 4th, it'll be the Colorado Rockies. Brooks Conrad hitting 184 on the year, and 5 for 24 as a pinch hitter with a homer. And he lines one to right center field. That might get down. It will. A base hit. Only the 2nd hit of the night for Atlanta. And snaps a string of 18 straight hitters who couldn't get the ball out of the infield.
Yeah, you got to love Brooks Conrad coming off the bench. His mindset is, as soon as I step into that batter's box, I'm looking fastball till I get 2 strikes. And if you're anywhere near that strike zone with a straight heater, he can get on top of it. He's been really good for the Atlanta Braves coming off the bench.
Got some extension on that one. Dan Warthen, the pitching coach, is going to make a trip to the mound here. As the Mets will get some activity in their bullpen. That's Francisco Rodriguez, their closer, getting loose. And while they chat, a reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Atlanta National League Baseball Club Incorporated and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Atlanta Braves. 31,161 here tonight. The rain sent a few of those folks home. Two out for Jordan Schaefer, who's looking for his first hit of the series. He's 0 for 7, 0 for 3 tonight. Fought off out of play. Murphy's in close at third base in case Schaefer tries to push a bunt that way. Which would not be a bad idea, and give Ugla a chance to connect on one and make it a one-run game. 1-2.
That's what's good about guys like Jordan Schaefer. He's a threat to bunt, so that third baseman has to come in. Then the next thing you know, he slaps it by him there because he's so far in. Cuts down the range of that third baseman.
After some good work in Houston, Ron, runs have been hard to come by the last 3 games. That last game in Houston and the one tonight, one last night. Only 3 total runs in the first 8 innings of those games. Jordan's got a battle here, 1-2. 2-2.
You know, a lot of that, like I said earlier, is facing those tough lefties, and the Braves are very left-handed dominant in their lineup. If Chipper doesn't drive in the runs, with Ugla being the slide that he was on early in the season, they're going to struggle against lefties.
Struck him out. Quite an exhibition for 2 innings by Bobby Parnell. Braves leave a runner, and we head to the 9th. They're down by 4. Braves with only 2 hits, and time for our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot, and that involves the Mets, who when they score 4 or more runs, Ron, they're 27-8 and have a chance to improve on that tonight.
Well, some of their problems early in the year was they were letting some of those leads get away late in ball games from the 7th inning on, but they seem like they've righted the ship for that stat.
And time for the AT&T call to the bullpen, and this particular call goes out to Eric O'Flaherty, who will work the 9th. Jason Bay, Lucas Duda, and Josh Tolley due up. Great numbers for Eric all year long. Jason Bay, 2 for 3 tonight, 2 singles and a stolen base. Looking ahead to the bottom of the ninth. Heart of the order for Atlanta. Ugla, McCann, and Chipper due up. Probably against Francisco Rodriguez. On the ground to Ugla. One out in the ninth. Bay is 2 for 4, and here's Duda. 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored.
First baseman number 2.
Really like the Braves bullpen. You know, they have a good mixture of left and right-handers, and the Braves actually have 3 left-handed pitchers in their bullpen. The Mets only have 1, and he's not available for tonight's game. It's hard to find those tough lefties coming out of the bullpen.
Yes, it is. Swing and a miss. Oh, and 2. Fans that are here tonight still having a good time. At least at the expense of Lucas Duda.
Sure, he's never heard that before.
I'm sure he hasn't. He might want to point to the scoreboard and say, sing that tune. 1 and 2. Good pitch. 2 out. Foley the batter. He's walked twice and grounded out.
And Joe, that's why you pitch inside. He set up that hole at bat. He set up inside. He came in hard fastball. Got him thinking in, and then broke a slider out over the outer half of the plate. Nothing he could do about it.
That one skips up there at 92. Brewers and Cubs still at it. They're in the bottom of the 7th at Wrigley. They've had rain problems. 7-4, Milwaukee on top. Check swing, but he went around, says Phil Cousy, and it's 1-1. What do you think?
Yeah, that was a weather check swing right there.
A weather vane. Yeah. 1 and 2.
Yeah, I don't care if you win or not. You win.
Yeah, that's right. Now, this guy got hit in the knee last night, and then the ball ricocheted off his knee and hit him in the foot. So good to see a smile on his face on that emergency swing.
He's going to go up there with the catcher's gear next to that. Again, but that's, you know, that's from pitching inside. That's what guys look like when you come in there hard.
Right back to the mound. Nice play by Eric. And a good inning for him. Mets go in order. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Braves need a big rally. They're down by 4. On 2 hits by the Mets. And while it's not a safe situation, Francisco Rodriguez is in to finish the deal. He's 1-2 on the year, 2.81 ERA. Picked up his 19th save here last night. Tough customer, and he'll face the heart of the Braves order.
Well, he's been one of the best coming out of the bullpen in the National League, but he can make it interesting. You're talking about guys coming out of the pen and being a little wild. Well, he can get wild. He'll walk a couple guys here and there. But if you make him throw strikes, he can get hit. So let's see if he gets a little wild here.
Plus, we've seen some guys have a little trouble in non-safe situations. Closers that come in and aren't quite as sharp as they usually are. Ronnie Paulino will come in and catch him. And here's Ugla. Takes a slider to start the inning for a strike. Dan's 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Driven to left field, but hit off the end of the bat, and Bay is able to circle over there and get it. 1 out in the 9th. Here's our Sunshine House leaderboard. And for the leaders in the National League in saves, you got quite a tie there. Nunez had a chance to take the lead tonight, but he blew it for the Florida Marlins in the second game of their doubleheader with the Phillies. Street and Wilson also tied with him. Brian McCann 0 for 3. He sends one the same direction to Jason Bay. Again on the run, and he'll make the catch. 2 out.
Ronnie Paulino must be his personal catcher now because he caught him last night when he came in last night's ball game.
Yeah, he did. Chipper has walked in between a ground out and a strikeout. Did not face Rodriguez last night. And that storm to the north side is getting closer and closer. Our Delta on deck is Eric Hinsky, 0 for 3, but some good glove work tonight. To first, but foul. 1-1 to Jones. It's been announced that Bobby Parnell will be the pitcher of record for the Mets. After his 2 innings of 1 hit shutout ball and 5 strikeouts, he would get the win at the determination of the official score. 1-2 to Chipper.
K-Rod doesn't throw as hard as he used to. You see right there that fastball 90 miles an hour, but his equalizer is that devastating slider that he's made a living with, basically.
Game over. Rodriguez comes in and gets him in order. The Braves muster only 2 hits tonight as the rain begins to fall at Turner Field. 4-0 your final. Back with more right after this.